Another really nice pair to go 1-2, and in fact, when you look at them at the side, I think it is so extremely close because actually the barrel in second, I prefer blade forward. I think it's a barrel that reads a notch trimmer and truer through his jowl. But as you study these hogs and you watch them equally from the side in terms of bone, the one that wins the class is truly the one that's square in its build, and square especially when it tracks away. The young lady's barrel over here is going to win our class with the one that is so functional and square and true in his hip and hind leg. You truly have to appreciate his basic build. Not only is he the stout, wide barrel, he is the widest going away of the top two and definitely reads truer. If we could clean him up a nickel in his jowl, I don't think there's even a decision that you could compare him. He's definitely the superior one in the class. So, in a long-winded answer, here's a barrel that's really good in terms of his feet and legs, really square in his build, and definitely holds the advantage of being the square, true made one in the drive. The barrel in second, like I said, I love the profile from the side as he's a nickel cleaner through his jowl, which translates to being a notch trimmer down his top line. A barrel, though, when you get right behind him, he wants to hinge up in his ham loin ever so slightly. He is not as long through his hip, and more importantly, where his back legs hit the surface, he needs to be a notch wider to match his pin set. But that is two high-quality spot barrels to go 1 and 2. The young man in third is driving the shapeliest and squarest top barrel of this drive. Extreme shape and a groove down the top line. A barrel you like, his length and his look and the height at the point of his shoulder. We just got to stouten up his feature. He's the frailest boned. He's also not as wide at the ground or just as durable in his look as 1 and 2, but a barrel that's really long and takes a nice long fluid stride. The young lady's Berkshire barrel is one that is a little bit deceiving. It wants to come up ever so slightly in the middle portion of its back. You get on top of this barrel, he has a lot of lean muscle working down his top line. To me, he's one that could reach as far back with his hock as any and truly was flexible on the go. A barrel, if we could level out and stouten up his feature ever so slightly, we could justify moving him up a couple. The young man spot barrel coming out next. Here's one I love his basic pattern and basic build. He's moderate, he's big-bodied, he's big-ribbed, he's got natural spread and width and tremendous bone. As we compare those four in front of him, I need to read a notch more shape and expression and muscle in his top line. I like to free him up of his condition ever so slightly, but a barrel you have to appreciate the basic build, the boldness and natural spread his skeleton brings. The next three Berkshires can all kind of come out. Here's barrels that have lots of muscle and really good in terms of their basic build. Here's a young man that I said his Berkshire looks like an old Berkshire head put on a new Berkshire style body. A lot of muscle, a lot of width. These two barrels, we need to make it just a little bit more, give a little more width and natural spread to their rib. And that story kind of continues. We got some really flexible, really good built barrels. We just need more natural spread and width all the way through. Let's reward these kids with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschfield. That concludes Class 7 Dark OPBs. Next up will be selection of our champion in this division. Real quickly, results from Class 7. In 10th place from Smithville FFA, Samantha Goertz. In 9th from McLennan County 4-H, Courtney Gardner. In 8th from Madison County 4-H, Hannah Hawkins. In 7th from Madison County 4-H, Gracie Hawkins. In 6th from Woden FFA, Ty Wilson. In 5th from Howard County 4-H, Sam King. In 4th from Nazareth FFA, Chandler Schulte. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H, Cutter Metter. In 2nd from Mason County 4-H, Aspen Martin. And your class champion from Baylor County 4-H, Kelsey Kennebrew. While we finalize our staging, our class champion from class number 7, Aspen Martin from Mason County 4-H, barrel raised by Rory Delm of New Braunfels FFA, or excuse me, of New Braunfels, Texas. Opa. I think Rory's been in FFA in a while. All right, this is the selection of our champion Dark OPB for 2014. Coming out of class number 5, Mr. Rowdy Huffaker from the Hale County 4-H. Next out from class number 6 from the Terry County 4-H, Cassidy Cooper. And out of our final class of dark OPBs from class number 7, Kelsey Kennebrew representing the Baylor County 4-H. On standby, we have our second place winners, which include Blake Snellgrove from Stanton FFA, Megan Steffick from the Bowie Austin FFA, and Aspen Martin from Mason County 4-H. Again, next up will be our 2 light OPB classes, and after that division, we will have our lunch break.
Let's put our hands together, congratulate everybody participating so far in this division. You're fine. When you evaluate these pigs, I think you got to be extremely impressed with the quality that each 3 class is or how they're represented out here in the final drive. We have a class 1 that a Berkshire barrow won, and look how heavy structured this barrow is. He has not quit walking since he came in the gate and still takes a nice, easy, fluid stride across the ring. And in doing so, he doesn't break down his top line. He's fluid, and that's because the angles read true in his skeleton. He's a heavy structured, stout featured barrel that's impeccable in terms of his feet and legs, and truly gets out and commands your attention, as he's extremely well balanced out here as well. The Class 2 barrel's one that when this young lady gets him on the go, you have to truly appreciate the trueness and squareness of this pig's skeleton. He's wide-chested, and he has the same width at the ground, and that's paralleled in his back half. A barrel that's good in terms of his top line, and when his head's up, you can't make one any leveler from the top of their blade to where their tail set is. A barrel that takes a long reach from behind. I think he's really nice, and right there's the look that's of $1 million. And our Class 3 barrel's one that is truly just a stout, featured, heavy, durable type of hog, one that you got to be truly impressed with the squareness and the width. He's as true and wide on every part of his skeleton, from the top of his blade through his knee to where his toes split. And that's paralleled with his pin set to his hock and how his hind leg tracks. Here's really the wide, robust barrel that's square in his kind and yet truly powerful in terms of his build and muscle. I think it's close because we have 3 very unique individuals out here. The one that just combines the other 2 hogs to me is our Class 3 champion. That's your champion, Dark OPB. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kelsey Kennebrew of the Baylor County 4-H, your 2014 champion Dark OPB barrow. Coming out is our second place winner from class number 7 from the Mason County 4-H, Aspen Martin.
The second place animal comes out, and another barrel that you appreciate his look, his design, his stoutness of bone and overall feature, and yet he's a big-bodied hog with lots of natural spread on the top of his skeleton. I think another barrel that enters this race, and we have a three-person race that truly, honestly comes down to personal preference, because all three of these are deserving to be considered and truly in recognition of this honor. You know, we talked about that barrel. If we could just make him a nickel wider from behind, he could contend to win that class where our champion came from. And you come out here and that's paralleled as you study the other two. We have a Berkshire hog that we said if he could just be a nickel wider underneath, that could be equally as powerful as one of the coolest Berkshire barrels I've seen for a while, because he is so heavy boned and fluid. And we have another barrel that maybe could be a nickel heavier structure to be extremely perfect, but he's so square and true in his skeleton and so level in his appearance. To me, it's hard to make him truly square all the way through their skeleton, and that's where you hold the advantage, and you're going to be the reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cassidy Cooper from Terry County 4-H, your reserve champion, dark OPB for 2014. That concludes our dark OPB division. With that, they say we have all of Class 8, our light OPB contestants, to the arena. There will be 2 classes in our light OPB division. And again, at the conclusion of the light OPBs, we will take our lunch break between those and our Hampshire. So there will be a short lunch break between the lights and the Hampshire division.
I think the top two are extremely close and extremely good, and where their differences are, they're different for each other. Where one holds a disadvantage, the other one holds the advantage. So it gets kind of difficult in the final decision. To me, the one we start with is truly the squarest mate in his skeleton. He comes square. He's more elevated at the point of his shoulder. He reads with more extension from his blade forward. He's a bigger outline, later maturing hog. And yet when he leaves you, he is square and truer from his hock to the ground. A barrel that has great muscle, fresh top. You know, if anything, maybe he could be even a nickel bigger body, but he's definitely adequate in that area. And that's where the second place barrel holds a huge advantage. This is a naturally widespread hog, tremendous blade or spread between his blade, a huge top blade into him, a big old square hip. He's not quite as quick, or he's not quicker at reading his maturity. He's not quite as elongated or elevated at his shoulder or through his neck, but a barrel you have to appreciate the power that he brings. The young lady's barrel in third is one that I read as being later in its maturity pattern, one that's leaner in its design and look. At the start, he definitely was as flexible as any as the drive continued. He got a little stiffer and sore up front, but a barrel that's long and elevated, and I just felt offered a good look and profile in comparison to what was in this drive. The barrel in fourth is one that is actually maybe as good as any in the drive in terms of bone and width and levelness and squareness, and truly has the right look about him. He obviously is wanting to hurt his back leg, and that's starting to affect his movement out here. But steady bone and squareness and trueness of skeleton, that's one that's made extremely well. Unfortunately, he has an injury, and it's getting worse as the drive continues. The next two coming out are very close, and maybe I was a little bit harder on these two than what I should have been. Maybe they should have worked up into that third and fourth place hole, because here's two hogs that have a lot of body and rib. To me, I thought the relation to fat and muscle wasn't quite as good as the two in front of us. I read him having a little bit more cover, not quite as much muscle shape and expression, but barrels that are good and functional, and I probably should have moved them up a couple places, but truly two nice barrels. The rest of them coming out are ones we just strictly got to redesign their total profile and layout. To me, we got to make them taller fronted, maybe a notch sounder or more correct in their angles as you read their angles, but a nice set of hogs, a great set of kids, and I think we got some new lifelong friends from that class experience. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause.
All right, that concludes class number 8. Results from this class: in 10th place from Elgin FFA, Patricia Fernandez. In 9th from Shallowwater FFA, Truett Pierce. In 8th from Travis County 4-H, Bryce Baca. In 7th from Stony Point FFA, Zechariah Hyman. In 6th from Dimmitt FFA, Hannah Simpson. In 5th from Hondo FFA, Reagan Lee. In 4th from Westbrook FFA, Brianna Leathers. In 3rd from Spring Branch FFA, Katie Edgley. In 2nd from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Cooper Silko. And your class champion out of class number 8, White OPBs from Salado FFA, Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor from Salado FFA was also our Certified Texas Bred Registry winner. This barrel was raised by Patrick Spinn of Holland, Texas. Again, this is the first year that Certified Texas Bred has been part of Rodeo Austin and the Star of Texas Junior Barrow Show. So we'd like to thank Texas pork producers for their help and assistance with all of that, and the awards and the cash incentives that go to the exhibitors for that program.
Good afternoon, poultry exhibitors. We're about ready to start the 2014 Rodeo Austin Poultry Show. We welcome everybody here. We're going to start the show with our turkey toms. We need the following pin numbers to please report to the show arena. If you come through the alleyway right here, you'll come back, I guess, to the west of where you're stalled at, where your pins are at. There's an alley, and you'll be able to go straight into the show ring. We're looking for coop number 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 85, 86, 87, 89, 90, 91, 93, 95, 96, 97, 100, 102, 104, 105. Okay, we're gonna try to go off to another PA system. Hold on one second.
I think a really nice class of Chester Whites, and these top two or three I think fit a pattern that resembles each other really close, and I think they're three high-quality individuals. The one that we're going to let win is one that combines the most look and still maintains a high degree of flexibility out of his hip and hind leg, but where he overpowers the barrel in second is he offers a lot more shape and freshness down that top line, in particular the back half of his loin. He's a lot fuller and fresher in that area. He ties up higher in his ham loin, and more importantly, he's a stouter bone. He opens up with a bigger rib, and I think a barrel that's extremely, extremely nice. Where the barrel in second second holds the advantage is he is more correct from his angulation, from his blade through his knee and that front end. He's one that maybe even comes at you a nickel wider, or maybe not even wider, but truer and square at the ground. A barrel that you love his look and his appearance from the side. He too has a high degree of flexibility of his hip and hind leg. I just saw this barrel washing out in the back half of his top, maybe not quite as big and bold through that rib and flank as our class winner, but another great profiling barrel that's attractive and flexible on the side. And in this breed, or the Chester White breed, or white OPBs, hind leg and flexibility definitely is a big key to the success of these animals. Two really nice animals to go 1-2. The barrel in third is one that resembles that same pattern. A long extended, a long fronted, tall fronted, long extended front end, a barrel that's dart level out of his hip, one that can flex all day long on the move, but he simply doesn't have quite the power and width of the top two. I read this barrel as being flatter through that forerib. I read it being tighter through that flank. But again, design, look, and presence in the ring, extremely, extremely good. The next young man's barrel is one that gives up a little bit look through that front end. This one reads plainer through that head and neck, but this barrel has a high degree of flexibility. You get on top of him, and he surprises you with how much natural width and spread he has over his top. A barrel, if we could just clean him up a little bit in his lower 1/3, extend him out of his front end ever so slightly, he could move up in this class and contend even higher than the 4th place hold. The 5th place barrel is one that just looks past his prime. Here's one that's shown a little more age through that chine bone. He's washed out in his top line ever so slightly, but a barrel that you have to appreciate his width through his pins. He's a wide-centered hog, a big ribbed hog, one that just maybe would have been better to come to show 2 weeks prior. The next barrels can all come out. You can actually let them all out. Barrels that are good in their look. We had a few structural issues. Some we need to make wider, some we need to make level, and some we just truly had to get them out and flex a notch better. A nice class to evaluate. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
All right, congratulations to all of our Class 9 exhibitors. Real quickly, while we clear out the arena results from that class, in 10th place from the Graham FFA, Krista Williams. In 9th from Ropes FFA, Ryan Terry. In 8th from Comal County 4-H, Ella Womack. In 7th from Klondike FFA, Cameron Riddle. In 6th from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Rebecca Perry. In 5th from Hall County 4-H, Clint Newbro. In 4th from Haskell County 4-H, Riley Sloan. In 3rd from Hale County 4-H, Sterling Skinner. In 2nd from the Bullard FFA, Hannah Lloyd. And your class champion from the Lexington FFA, Clay Betcher.
Y'all should bring a heater over for these nice people right here. That would be awesome. There's one.
All right, now coming out for selection of our champion white OPB. From class number 8, our first class in the division is Mason Taylor from Salado FFA. And from class number 9, Clay Betcher from the Lexington FFA. On standby, we have Cooper Silko from Canyon New Braunfels. And out of class 9, Hannah Lloyd from Bullard FFA. Real quickly, our Texas breadwinner from class number 9, white OPBs, was Clay Betcher from Levington FFA. Pig raised by Jason Lackey of Aspermont.
I think it's extremely close, and all four of these bring some exceptional things to the ring. And before I make my final comments, let's recognize all the kids that showed in this division with a round of applause. As we study our Class 1 winner, here's a really fresh-made barrel that has a big top laid into him. He's big-ribbed, he's opened up, and he's square. A barrel that might be ever so slightly forward in his blade, but that's being critical on a barrel that's opened up and flexible and offers a lot of muscle and freshness in overall product. The second barrel in that drive was one we have to appreciate for his natural spread and width, one that's tremendously big-topped and big-hipped. Maybe we could elevate him a little bit, maybe make him a notch later in his maturity, and possibly extend out and clean up his head neck ever so slightly, but another powerful type-made barrel. Our second class winner is one that's elevated and tall and sound and functional and wide and yet has a big top plate in him as well. One that got to a heavier weight and was able to maintain leanness in this breed and still has a big top plate in him. The barrel, the young lady's barrel that went second, was one that matched that profile and look and design extremely close. One that maybe was even more correct in that angulation from the blade to the ground. Wasn't quite as powerful down his top line as our class winner, but here's one that's dart level and extremely flexible as well. So it's close because we have 3 or 4 barrels that you truly could justify and put into the place and name them your champion reserve, and it comes down to personal preferences. For me, we raise Chesters and Spots and Berks and Hamps and Durocs and Yorks and crossbreds, and the hardest thing for me to do is to make Chester Whites stay sound and get big. And for that reason alone, we're going to tie our champion reserve in our Class 2 first and second. So let's give the young man here congratulations for champion, followed by the second class as reserve. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations goes to Clay Betcher of Lexington FFA, your champion white OPB. And your reserve honors go to Hannah Lloyd of the Bullard FFA. Congratulations to all of our Chester exhibitors this year, or white OPB exhibitors, excuse me. With that, we are now taking our lunch break for the swine show. We will start back at approximately 2 o'clock or shortly before. So Hampshire exhibitors, be on standby, but we are taking our lunch break and we'll start back at approximately 2 o'clock.
Is your class complete? Do you know?
I think we're waiting on some. I don't know where Jason is. I think we're waiting on a couple birds. Here comes Jason. See what he says.
She's over that way. Once again, we'd like to welcome everybody to the 2014 Rodeo Austin Poultry Show. We are starting with the turkey toms right now. Okay. We're just kind of running.
ready for this? I was going to make an announcement about something else first.
Okay, let me ask. It's on. Can you start calling their numbers or no? All right, first of all, I'd like to thank Rodeo Austin for having me out to judge the show today. I would like to also thank all the exhibitors in the ring. They did a great job, so let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. What I'm looking for today in the turkey toms, I want a lot of meat, a wide breast, and I want to keep it carried all the way to the back of the kill. When you look at the birds, you want to look at a rectangle box picture on those birds. The 3 birds that I have out in the middle of the ring will go on to compete with the next class. However, the ones on the outside of the ring will be dismissed. But good job, everyone. Y'all did a great job, so congratulations.
Huh?
What do we want to do with
They're
those
just going to
three?
stick them off to the side somewhere. While we have a minute here, everybody, too, just wanted to mention Texas A&M puts on a market poultry workshop every year. So those of you who are maybe new to this show experience, or even those who have done it a lot and maybe looking for some new tips to get to the next level, we have flyers back here at the Aggie table set back here. So if you're interested, the flyers are back there. You can come get some information on that workshop. It's on May 31st this year. Look forward to seeing anybody who wants to come to that. The final callback for the turkeys is also posted out there on the wall if you're wondering if basically it's all the rest of the toms. So get your birds. We'll try this again. We have a market poultry workshop at A&M every year. It's on May 31st this year. If anybody here is interested in, maybe they're new to showing birds and want to get some extra information, or if you've been doing it for years and maybe looking for an extra tip to get to the next level, to win grand champion or something like that, people who come to the workshop usually do much better the next year. We do things like teach you about nutrition, housing, a whole bunch of different stuff. We have flyers back at the Aggie table, back behind us here where they were selling T-shirts. If you're interested to have the information on there for registering for that. And also, if all the rest of the turkey toms are basically in the last callback, the list is posted on the wall. We're going to be posting the callbacks on the wall as well. So basically all the rest of the turkey toms, get ready to come in here now. Thanks.
Attention exhibitors, if you need a CTBR replacement form, now would be a good time to come and get one. This afternoon, the Texas Pork Producers Association will be recognizing the highest placing CTBR barrel in each class. The exhibitor will receive a $100 award plus a cap. Breeders of these barrels will also receive a CTBR Breeders Class Champion cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. If you're in the barn right now and you have a Texas bred hog and you need a certified Texas bred certificate, you need to come get a replacement. It'd be a good time to come do it now. Just come in the back of the show ring, come to the table. Now, when you get these certificates, or if you already have one in your hand, make sure that it is completed and that it is legible.
All right, if our swine committee members and WT students would start taking your places, please. Any swine committee members or WT students, please start taking your places. We'll try to have a first call here very soon. All right, if all of our show officials or swine show people would make your back to your stations, please do so. All of our swine committee folks and WT students, please get back to your stations and we'll get started ASAP.
Once again, let's give all the exhibitors a big round of applause. They did an excellent job. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking for a wide breast and to carry it all the way to the back of the kill. And your grand champion bird is this young lady right over here. If you want to, I'm going to ask them to hold their birds up one more time because I know they're tired. Y'all can all see the width of this bird and how it carries it all to the back of the kill. There's hardly any taper when you get back over here, and so on down the line on the second place reserve champion bird. Second place. Still really wide, has a little bit more taper when you compare it to the first place bird, and the same trends continue on down the line. It stops right over here. The birds on the back of the fence are not in any particular order. So congratulations.
Please do not move in line. Stay where you're at in line right now. We're going to go through. We're going to verify wing band numbers and award your placings. Congratulations to y'all. Those of you that are on the outside of the ring at this time that are not in this line, if you'd like to exit out toward the truck, you're more than welcome to. The top 12, our 3rd through 12th, we're going to take a picture immediately after the show over at the backdrop, okay? So please stay in line. Don't move. We have some record keeping to do, and congratulations to y'all. No, that's first. That's second place.
Attention with all turkey tom placers. If you placed in the top 12, if you would please report back to the arena for pictures, please. Top 12 turkey toms. Okay, I'm gonna start announcing the hen show. Mallory, you ready for hen? Okay, this is the first call for the turkey hens, please. First call on turkey hens. You can refer to the posting that's located on the bulletin board, but the first call for turkey hens, if you'd please come to the arena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena. If you would, let's start them back with a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation and wish them the best of the luck down the road.
Good answer. Good answer.
Nothing beats when Jesse was in there. And he was talking about the people sitting in the sand. He was telling the story about the people shitting in the sand. You know, the lady I just saw in the 72 guy. All right. 23 and 228. Everybody.
Two.
228 here. And 23 is on the
What are you? 72?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we judge our first class of Hampshires this afternoon, we'd like to recognize our judge again today, Mr. Jason Hirschfield from Benedict, Nebraska. Mr. Hirschfield's been in the swine business, farming business, and youth business for a number of years. One of his most valued lessons to teach students is the difference between animal welfare and animal rights. He loves to thrive the spark and interest, to see the spark and interest in youth when they truly appreciate livestock. Mr. Hirschfield enjoys coaching his livestock judging team at York FFA, and his team this past year was named reserve champions in the swine division at the National FFA contest. Mr. Hirschfield currently lives in actually York, Nebraska with his wife Jennifer and their three kids, Bryn, Reese, and Kendall. And again, one more time, let's give Mr. Hirschfield another nice round of applause and welcome him to the city of Austin and the state of Texas. Also, while we have just a moment, we'd like to thank this year's buckle sponsors. There is a champion buckle, goes to all of our breed winners. The sponsors of those buckles include Bishop Show Pigs. They will be sponsoring the Hamp and Cross Division winners. We also have other sponsors will be sponsoring the other breeds, such as Shirley Windsor, Flatiron Ranch Services, and Andrew Schneider of Texas Farm Bureau. Again, if you guys would, let's thank those sponsors of those buckles this year for all they're doing for these kids.
I can definitely tell it's getting colder because all these young exhibitors' hands are freezing. Extremely cold. The top two hogs left out here, I think, definitely form the pair of hogs that have the added dimension and X factor, if you will. Hogs that are so wide and pulled apart about their blades and have great shape down their top and big and full through their hip. To me, the one that wins the class is just a square and made hog all the way to the ground, especially when viewed from behind. I see more width and surface between his back legs, and that matches and parallels the width at his pin set, a barrel that you appreciate his rib and his dimension, and truly just has that look that he needs to win the class, the one that combines the most positives in this particular drive. Young lady's barrel that's in second is one I initially thought maybe would land third, fourth, or fifth in the drive. I see him wanting to drop his flank a little bit. I don't see him being quite as wide and true and square at the ground as he is on the top of a skeleton. But saying that, he is adequate enough, and he's one of the flexible barrels in the drive when viewed from the side, one that has a lot of body and dimension. He, too, has a fresh top plate in him. I think that pair fits the top two in this drive. The barrel in third is one that, from a hip and hind leg standpoint, he's as square and true as any. I really appreciate that view when he walks away from you. The problem is when he wants to come at you, we need to square him up from the knee down. We got to give him more body and rib, and he's not carrying as much condition, which should be a positive because he is leaner, but a barrel I just need to re-strengthen his front end ever so slightly to place up any higher. The next barrel coming out is a big bodied, big rib type of barrel, one that's not quite as level out of his ham or out of his hip, but he too takes a long stride, heavy bone, stout featured. I didn't see quite the muscle shape and expression of those in front of him, but that too is a really nice barrel to land fourth. The next barrel coming out is one that I read being the flattest and most trim about its center portion of its body. I need to give him more curvature to that forerib and carry that through the center portion of his rib cage. You get on top of him, he has a big top. He's sound enough on the side. We could square him up on the go as well. The next barrel is one that has a tremendous amount of muscle working in the skeleton. He is extremely heavy muscled. He has an inflammation in his back right hock. We just got to clean up his hocks and give him a little more flexibility, but a nice barrel. All the rest of them can come out. Again, a nice set of hogs, definitely hogs that grew and have rib and body. Simply just need to square up their skeletons to place any higher.
All right, let's give all these hen exhibitors a big round of applause. They did an excellent job. Same thing for turkey hens. You want a wide base, and you want to carry that width all the way to the back of the keel bone.
Gird grows from Wall FFA. Clayton Gird grows from Wall FFA. Your class is going in the ring. Make your way over there.
All right, I'm going to keep the four or five birds in the middle of the ring to compete with the next class. The birds on the outside of the ring, just a little too narrow. Didn't have quite the meat that we're looking for today, but good job, everyone. Y'all did an excellent job. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 10 has concluded. Class 11 is at the ring. Here are your results from Class number 10 Hampshires. In 10th place, we had Macy Burns from Thrall FFA. In 9th, from Smithson Valley FFA, Max Maluski. In 8th, from Erath County 4-H, Cassidy Faulkner. In 7th, from Spur FFA, Ryan Wall. In 6th, from Iola FFA, Megan Havey. In 5th, from Mason County 4-H, Eliza Cope. In 4th, from Cottle County 4-H, Krista Deaton. In 3rd, from Navarro County 4-H, Katie Perkins. In 2nd, from Haskell FFA, Emily Fouts. And your class champion from the Wall FFA, Ashley Wilde. Ashley Wilde, our class winner, is also the winner of our Certified Texas Bred Registry. Ashley is again from Wall FFA. The breeder of the pig was Brad Mund of Wall. Ashley, the exhibitor, will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. Brad will receive a Certified Texas Bred cap sponsored by National Pork Board. The breeder's cap may be picked up here at the Texas Pork Producers Association table next to the show ring. Also, for any exhibitors that would like their photos taken, they may do so. We have KC show photos by Katina back here in the back on the way out to the loadout area. Again, that option is available to any showman that would like that. And first and second place exhibitors, it is required that you get that picture made. Excuse me, first, second, and third are required to get their picture made.
Second call for turkey hens. Please come to the show arena. Second call on turkey hens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to remove these competitors from the arena. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation once again.
Another class that has a lot of quality all the way through, and one that makes a little more challenge on sorting just from the fact that we have a lot of positives all the way through 10th, 11th, 12th place, and we have to figure out again which one combines the most of the best. As we evaluate our top two, I think we have an easy class winner. Here's a barrel that's not only one of the stoutest structured, heaviest bone barrels, he's one of the soundest, most flexible barrels on the drive. He's dart level, big top, big old hip. I think a very nice class winner to go ahead and have with the young lady. The barrel in second's the one that I think it kind of follows the side profile in terms of being extremely level. He offers as much top and shape down that top as any. We could still bust him open at the ground ever so slightly, but here's a bigger outlined hog that truly is level out of his hip, tremendous amount of shape and muscle, and yet has enough stoutness in his feature. I think a nice second place barrel. The barrel coming out in third is one that I simply want to blow apart from his knee to the ground. He's wide-chested but hits the ground kind of narrow when he drives at me. I could read this barrel with a notch more leanness, if you will, for this weight. He wants to get a little more heavy in his condition compared to 1 and 2. A barrel that tracks away nice in terms of being wide and square at his pins to the ground. A barrel we just need to clean up a little bit to go in and beat 1 and 2 from that perspective. Now on the opposite side of the story, here comes a big late maturing barrel out in fourth. One that you have to marvel about his chest floor and his top shape and truly a big hip type of barrel. When we get from the side, he simply gets too flat in that forerib. He's not bold enough about that blade. I like to see more fill through the center portion of his body and into his flank. But outside of that, there's a true lean meat animal that just came out in fourth. The fifth place animal is one that you appreciate again. A lean top shape, tremendous amount of ham. We simply got to level this hog out, balance it up. It could use a notch more cover and more reach out of its hip and hind leg, but a barrel that's carrying a lot of muscle on that skeleton. And the same story goes on. We got some great pieces. We have some that are so heavy boned and some extremely unique in their muscle pattern, but they simply just aren't square enough in their skeleton to place any higher. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Thank you, Bob. All right, class number 11, Hampshires, is concluded. In that class, in 10th place from Chillicothe FFA, Taylor Martinez. In 9th place from Falls City FFA, Anton Duzick. In 8th from Stanford FFA, Tylee Joe Bevel. In 7th from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Callie Silko. In 6th from Robertson County 4-H, Morgan Patronella. In 5th from Fort Bend County 4-H, Cassidy Smith. In 4th from Spearman FFA, Reese Shields. In 3rd from Broughton FFA, Rachel Everhart. In 2nd from Kendall County 4-H, Alexandra Eli. And your class champion in class 11 from the Littlefield FFA, Kenley Kloiber. And your certified Texas bred registry winner from that class was Alexandra Eli from Sisterdale. Pig was bred by Charles Eli and Chris Holman of Sisterdale.
Hello. Okay. They might move that over to the poultry area.
Yeah, some other ones.
Just in those lightweight white jacket.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, I would love to have it here, but it's kind of.
Yeah. Well, after they finish that, they may move it over there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dismiss the exhibitors in this show ring. If y'all would, let's give them another nice round of applause as we have all day. And we look forward to seeing them back in the show ring down the road.
Once again, let's give all these turkey hen exhibitors a big round of applause. There's a lot of good hens in here. Once again, we're looking for a wide base. You want to carry it all the way to the back. And the top place bird starts here and works its way down. Congratulations. If you want to pick up your bird. I noticed this bird as soon as it came in the sith line. I even told him that's a really good hen. And you can see how wide it is. Hardly any taper at all. I mean, this is a really pretty bird. The young lady in reserve champion, once again, she has a really wide base, not quite as wide as this, and then has a little bit more taper when you get onto the back. And the same trends kind of follow on down the line. But good jobs, everyone, and congratulations.
To be completely honest, this is a very challenging class. Again, one that has 12 animals that are good and have a lot of positives and actually hold positives over each other. And trying to figure out a logical lineup is kind of a struggle. And in fact, you're going to see some different pairs. And there's a couple down here at the end that are as powerful as anything in the drive, but they're outside their skeletons on their hind legs. And I kind of went through and thought about hip and hind leg structure, and then we went sorted based on front end structure and then also what combines the most, the best. So sometimes when you get into these evaluations, not that you're single trading, but you have to figure out what is your method and how are you going to go trying to find which one is the most, the best. And when we get down to the top two, I think it's extremely, extremely close, and I'll explain what I'm seeing, or what at least what I'm thinking, and you guys can and hopefully understand how and why I placed them the way I did. The first place animal is going to go with the young lady in the black shirt. Here's a barrel that I would like to make a notch longer through its front end compared to the barrel in second. A barrel that I'd also like to make a notch even more shapely down his top, if you will, even though he has tremendous spread across his top between his blade. I'd also like to make him a nickel stouter boned compared to a couple down the road, or down the lineup. But what this barrel does better than anybody else in the drive is he is the widest and squarest and truest from his chest through his knee to the ground. He tracks as even and square as he goes away from you. He's as big and bold about his forerib and deep about his flank as any in the drive, and he has as much natural spread through his skeleton as any in the drive. And for those reasons, even though I like to lengthen out his hip ever so slightly, make him a nickel heavier boned, I feel like he had the most positives of all the hogs in the drive and separated himself in areas that's been a problem with what I've seen the first couple classes. Therefore, he wins the class. The barrel in second's one that you love his look from the side because he is longer through his front and he's longer through his hip. I think as you study his back leg, he is a notch heavier boned than the class winner on his back leg. But as you study this hog at the ground, he's not as square and true as he hits his front feet. He's not quite as wide from his hock to the ground. And in fact, he wants to hock in just a little bit and place outside his skeleton as he tracks away. I don't see this barrel being as big and full through his forerib or through his flank. But saying that, a great attractive barrel, one tremendous top, or barrel that has tremendous top shape, a really long hip barrel. I think one with lots of quality to land in second. The barrel coming out in third is one that when he hit me in the back, I thought, man, we can start a class with this one because here's a great looking pig with a great balance and perfect profile. He's long, he's extended, he's tall at the point of his shoulder, extremely level and great shape. As the drive has continued, this barrel's gotten a little bit tighter and shorter striding. I need to see this guy be more fluid and flexible compared to 1 and 2, but another barrel that has terrific look and a terrific profile for the young man to show. The next barrel coming out is one that has a lot of muscle when viewed from behind. This one is better through its chest and knee than some in the drive. We just simply got to make this hog track square from his hock to the ground. He's one that has great top shape, maybe not even a notch more body and total rib cage for that hog to place any higher. The next young man coming out is one from its back rib, or his last rib back, you like a lot because he's big-topped, he's square-hipped, he takes a good fluid stride from behind. It's when he comes at you that disappoints me. He needs to be wider through he's wide through his chest. He's got to be wider and square through where his knees are. He simply gives up too much bone up front for me to place any higher. The next couple barrels come out. Actually, we can bring out the next 3 or 4 barrels. Here's a set of barrels that we simply got to square up. This one wants to toe in. He gets a little shorter in his hip. I need to see more muscle and shape. Here's a couple of barrels, too. If you look at their front feet, we simply got to stouten up their feature all the way through. We do get a couple of barrels coming out next. You love the stoutness and feature they offer, tremendous amount of muscle and shape. When you get behind them is where we got to correct them from their pin set to the hock to the ground. We simply got to square up their hind end skeleton. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
All right, that concludes number 12, Hampshire's. Results from this class: in 10th place from Sinton FFA, Hayden Sager. In 9th from Levelland FFA, Jenna Medea. In 8th from Brazos County 4-H, Lane Outlaw. In 7th from Hale County 4-H, Cash Martin. In 6th from Haskell FFA, Casey Easterling. In 5th from Navasota FFA, Joseph Stegent. In 4th from Williamson County 4-H, Eliza Rendon. In 3rd from Palmer County 4-H, Ethan Stansel. In 2nd from Nazareth FFA, Carrie Schulte. And your class champion from Class 12 from the Stamford FFA, Bailey Epley. Next up will be class number 13. But with that, real quickly, from Class 12, your Texas bred winner goes to Cash Martin of the Hale County 4-H. This pig was bred by Corey Raines of Roscoe, Texas.
What's the difference in those and our other winners?
Oh, these are certified Texas bred registries.
So they pick their own that they like?
As we're preparing for the grand champion turkey here of the 2004 Rodeo Austin show, we would like to thank our judge, Mallory Williams, again. So if y'all give her a big round of applause, please, for her expertise and working through all these turkeys today. We appreciate everything she's done. I'd also like to recognize all the young men and women out here in the white lab coats from the Poultry Science Department. They came in last night. They helped us set up all the pens, or actually they set up all the pens and tables. They really did everything, got everything prepared for the show. We appreciate everything they've done throughout the day and even yesterday. So thank you for y'all time. If y'all please give them a big round of applause. the toms were right there. Oh, they're all hens. Okay. Can we get the top two placing on toms? Do we have some names?
You go, Jason.
Thank you. Presenting our awards today for the Grand Champion Turkey, the Grand Champion Turkey of the show will be Sean Tuggle. He's the 2014 president of the Rodeo Austin for this year. The first place tom was shown by Jordan Hevner. And the second place tom was shown by Thomas Oman. Our first place turkey hen is Clay Glaze. And the second place turkey hen is Kelly Copeland. Good luck to each and every one of y'all.
All right, one going for our overall grand champion, the top two tom and the top tom and the top hen. You don't want to compare on size, obviously, because the tom will win every time. But you want to see which bird performs to its maximum ability for its sex, I guess. And today, for your grand champion, I'm going to go with the tom. Congratulations. Your reserve. Oh, never mind. Your reserve place turkey is your hen. Congratulations, young man. You did a good job. Thank you.
All right, in our swan ring, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena. If you all would, in the stands again, let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation.
Okay, the grand champion of the 2014 Austin Rodeo goes to Jordan Hevner of East Central FFA with the turkey tom. And the reserve grand champion goes to Clay Glaze from Wharton County 4-H. This concludes the turkey show. We will be starting the broiler show very shortly. Okay, we're ready to start the broiler show. First call for broilers. First call for the broilers. The judge today for the 2014 broiler show is Dr. Dale Hyatt. He is the manager of the Texas A&M University Poultry Farm, or Science Research Farm, and he's been doing this for the past 28 years. He is a member of the National FFA Poultry Committee for the past 15 years. He's been superintendent of the Houston Livestock Show Poultry Show for the past 14 years, and he has over 30 years of judging experience at county shows and major shows. Dale's no stranger here to the Star Texas or the Austin Rodeo. I know he's judged over here several times before. We appreciate having Dale Hyatt back. Thank you. Coop number 34, please report to the show ring. Coop number 34.
I think we have a really nice trio to evaluate and talk about, and definitely there's some interesting pieces that lie on all three of their skeletons, and the one that just truly commands your attention for being the extremely opened up barrel, the one that has the most spread and most thickness all the way through, is our class winner with the young lady with the black shirt. When this barrel comes at you directly, this is the biggest bladed hog. He is the widest through his chest. He takes the most comfortable stride on both ends of his skeleton from a side perspective. He's got the most curvature and correct pastern set from his blade down to the ground. And when he leaves you, there is a difference here. He does step slightly outside of his skeleton, but he doesn't roll his hocks. And that's a big difference in my perspective when we evaluate hogs. If we can make him perfect, we maybe want to bring where he plants his back legs in maybe a half of an inch, but that's being critical on one that takes an extremely long stride, that's heavy structured, extremely opened up, tremendous rib body and look. I think a really, really nice one. The barrel in second, I guess the race for me was what was between second and third, and the barrel that I landed in second one is one that is not as stout boned, is not as opened up through his chest floor, but is more correct in his angles. If you study the pastern set in particular, this barrel's maintained a more calm disposition out here in the ring, and that's because he's putting pressure on the right points of his foot. If you study the one coming out next, he got a little irritated. It's because the pressure's going on the back of his pads and not on his toes. A barrel that's sound and good in its structure, I just need to stouten up his feature to run with a class champion. The barrel coming out in third, again, if we could stouten or strengthen up his pasterns, especially up front, we'd be able to make this barrel even taller fronted. He'd be able to take a longer, more comfortable stride on both ends. As I was getting down to making my decisions, he was wanting to get a little more quick in his hind step out of his back leg, but a barrel that has a big top blade in him. He's extremely good through his chest floor. A nice barrel to go third. The young lady is barrel in fourth is one that you got to appreciate his blade and his bone. This is the biggest footed, heaviest boned creature we have seen so far. Extremely, extremely heavy boned. As we study how his head and neck attach in the top of his blade, it's not attached as higher on top of his blade, and that's why his head's always looking down. I don't see the rib and just natural body and flank in this barrel, but when you talk about bone and stoutness and ruggedness of structure or of skeleton, here's definitely one that you need to look at and learn what bone is. The next barrel coming out is one that when I first seen him in the back, I thought, man, here's a great hog that we could maybe even win a class with because he's long-sided, he's loose skeleton, he's got tons of flexibility and good shape on his top. In comparison, we don't have quite the bone and foot. We don't have quite the freshness right behind his blade as his chine's starting to surface, but a barrel that is really good in terms of his basic build and flexibility. The rest of the barrels, again, a really good class. We have a lot of hogs that offer a lot of positives. We just needed some more natural spread and width throughout these, but a nice class to evaluate.
All right, that concludes Class 13 Hampshires. Results go as 10th place from Spearman FFA, Brantley Shields. 9th from Abbott FFA, Trustin Berger. 8th from Belleville FFA, Cole Moses. In 7th from Smithson Valley FFA, Katie Price. In 6th from Haskell FFA, Allie Stewart. In 5th from Pearland FFA, John Morgan. In 4th from Jim Ned FFA, Laney Allen. In 3rd from Petrolia FFA, Bailey Waitman. In 2nd from Robertson County 4-H, Abby White. And your class champion from the Crawford FFA, Kenzie Reich. Your Texas breadwinner for Class 13 Hamps is also Kenzie Reich of Crawford. The barrel was raised by Alan Patronella of Littlefield, Texas. Well, we have just a moment. A couple of quick announcements. Any exhibitors who would like their photos taken may do so at the back with KC Show Photos by Katina. And that is required for all first, second, and third place exhibitors. Be sure to get those pictures taken.
All right, well, let me start out by saying it's a pleasure to be back. Let me give you an idea of what we're doing here. When you came through the SIFT this morning, I gave you a very rough score just to break you into categories. Now, as the SIFT proceeds, of course, the judge is always calibrating, and we want to make sure there's no clerical errors or what have you. So we always bring you in for a second look. The ones in the center here, I'm going to keep you to compete with the next group. Those of you on the periphery, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this time, but let's give them a round of applause. This is a very competitive show, and they worked hard. It's not an easy contest.
Y'all be sure to put them all on the trailer. Everything goes on the trailer, please. Everything on the trailer. Everything on the trailer, please. Everything goes on the trailer. Put them on the trailer, please. Thank y'all. Y'all be sure to get them on the trailer. Thank y'all. As those exhibitors from round one are being dismissed, just a quick reminder, some of them please stick around. We will need some help on some holders throughout the rest of the poultry show. So please stick around so we can have some holders. And we are going to be ready to announce for round two. If you're listed on there for round two, please line up in the alleyway and be ready to enter into the show arena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to dismiss the group from the arena. If you would, let's recognize them once more with another nice round of applause.
Attention all turkey exhibitors who made this sale. If you made the sale with your turkey, the sale is on March 14th, 2014. It's on a Friday. We understand that is the exact same day as the sale in Houston. So if you did make the sale and have a problem, please come see me at the show office. Thank you very much.
I think another interesting class to sort as we have a class of several quality hogs that offer different things in their own individual package, and the trick was sorting and trying to figure out again which one has the most of the best. And that lands us on the young man's barrel right here. Here is the best designed, best balanced barrel that's as level and fresh topped as any in the drive. He has a big old level hip laid into him, and for me, he could still stride a nickel longer out of his hip and hind leg, but in this class, he's definitely adequate enough in that area. He combines the freshness, the power, the muscle, and the best design, and deserves to win this drive. The barrel in second's one that quite possibly might take a longer stride, especially out of his front leg. A barrel you got to appreciate too, the freshness on his top line. He's fresh and full in his middle. A barrel that has a lot of muscle and product. I didn't see him quite as square coming at me, but a nice top two barrels. The barrel coming out in third is one that if we could clean up his lower flank, he's one to drop in that area. If we could strengthen his pasterns, this barrel would get out and be a notch more athletic, and the young lady wouldn't have to use her whip quite as much because, again, that pressure's going on the back of the pads on all four legs and not on the toes. But here's an ultra-level barrel, really good design, good width. I love the look this barrel has to offer. We just got to clean up his lower one-third and strengthen those pasterns, but a nice barrel for the young lady. The next barrel coming out is one that you appreciate his freshness down his top. You can appreciate how crispy is down his loin edge. One that we got to make stride a nickel more free out of his hind leg. He wants to kind of waddle, if you will, instead of truly flex out of that hip and hock, but a nice hog for the young lady. The next barrel coming out is one that I like to clean up his lower jowl. Obviously, this young man tried to push fat and some product to get him to appear to have more rib, and in fact, that's where it leads him into this hole. Here's a barrel that if we could give more depth of body all the way through, he can move up because his top shape is tremendous. His hip is outstanding. He just needs to have more body and more overall depth. The next barrel is intriguing in terms of shape and muscle and overall product. We just got to jack this guy up at the point of his shoulder and smooth him out in terms of some more fat cover, but a nice set of hogs. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Okay, now that we're working our way up the line here, we're getting more and more competitive. Again, let's give them a round of applause because these youngsters really competed. It's very close. I'm going to hold you in the middle for the compete with the next round. You on the outside. We'll go ahead and release you at this time, and thank you very much for your participation.
Final call, class 15 hamps. Final call, class 15 hamps.
All right, here are your results from Class 14 Hampshires. In 10th place, Garrett Keeling from Bastrop County 4-H. In 9th from the Elgin FFA, Garrett Shaw. In 8th from Abilene FFA, Twister Vinson. In 7th from Marion FFA, Garrett Corkin. In 6th from Goose Creek Memorial FFA, Talton Adams. In 5th from Wall FFA, Kai Schwartz. In 4th from Martin County 4-H, Kristen Blocker. In 3rd from Carson County 4-H, Jordan Ponert. In 2nd from Stephenville FFA, Chelsea Vineyard. And your class champion from the Lubbock Cooper FFA, Tucker Brewer. Your certified Texas bred registry class champion is also Tucker Brewer of the Lubbock Cooper FFA. This pig was bred by Craig and Lisa Besant of Abilene, Texas.
Broiler exhibitors, we are ready for call number 3. Broiler exhibitors, call number 3. Please work your way to the arena.
And swine contestants, again, in the arena, we have Class 17 Hamps. Like the announcer make a correction, we have Class 15 Hamps. There are 17 entries in the class.
Class 3, we're ready. Class 3.
And again, the show can be seen and heard on rodeoaustin.com for anyone at home that you have that would like to see and watch the show. Again, we are on class 15. We will have 2 more Hampshire classes after this, and then we'll select champion Hampshire and conclude the day of the swine show.
Class 3 broilers, please report to the show ring. Class 3. Our third call. For y'all exhibitors that just came out of round 2, if y'all would please stick around and help hold some birds for some of your other exhibitors coming in and working their way into the arena, we sure would appreciate it. We still need some holders.
Ladies and all right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to dismiss the exhibitors from the show ring. If y'all would, let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation for all they do, and look forward to seeing them back here down the road.
Okay, as we move up the line here, it gets more and more competitive, and this is certainly an extremely competitive show, which is what I expected to see when I got here. This is the fringe group here. This is just a half a point off of my top group, and I knew that I'd have some corrections to do in here. Like I said, we're constantly calibrating and putting this unit together in our head. What we're looking for in good market poultry, and it really doesn't matter what the species is. It's a breast meat competition. It's a breast meat yield competition. In order to have top breast meat yielding birds, you have to be wide in the chest area. You need to carry down a relatively long keel and with little to no taper at the end of that keel, giving you a rectangular type configuration. A lot of you out here in this group have got some excellent birds, but you may only have one or two. We're looking, not that uniformity is a deal breaker here, but the top pens will have 3 massive birds. Some of the birds that I see out here were fed to the max, extremely wide in the chest area, but we're really short in keel, giving it more of a heart shape or bicycle shape configuration, and that's really not what we're looking for in a top breast meat yielding bird. So congratulations to all of you to make it this far, because you are certainly the elite in your group. I'm going to keep you in the middle to compete with the next group, and you on the outside will be free to go back to the coop at this time. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. It's really great to get this far.
Are you going to hit these at the gate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Yes. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you straight back.
John, switch you out with Chevy and help Rainey.
Okay, broiler exhibitors, we're ready for the 4th round. If you have birds that have not entered the pen, now's your time to come to the show arena. If you'd please line up in the alleyway. This is the 4th call for all broilers. If some of y'all exhibitors that are putting just left round 3, if y'all please stick around and help out some of these individuals just entering the pen, as some helpers, we sure would appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we need to congratulate these kids, as this is the toughest top 4 we've had in any class today. So let's give all these kids in this class a nice round of applause. And here's what gets to be a little more challenging as we go through. I want to talk about what I'm seeing in all 4 of these hogs, and we'll come back and give the placing. Here's a hog right here that you have to love how this hog brings its shape right out of its blade down its top. You love how big and square he is out of his hip. He's really ultra heavy boned and big legged. His front leg, when we talk about structure, has great angulation from his blade into his knee, and he has the correct set and angle through his pastern. As you study his hind leg, he does a great job in terms of flexibility, reading it from the side. You get right behind him. He wants to turn his toes in as he travels away from you, but that's a really square made barrel, and his front 2/3 it has a ton of muscle and a ton of product. The young man's barrel here is one that if I'm guessing, is carrying probably the most condition of all four of these out here. He's a barrel that you start to question, is he too soft in those front pasterns? But even saying that, he is monster bone. He's extremely flexible, and he actually has the most athletic back leg of any in this drive. He gets shorter about his hip, and I start to question those things, but really a really ultra flexible, heavy bone kind of an animal. You study the barrel right here, and this one that gets a little bit more challenging to start to evaluate too, because from his blade into his knee, he's the straightest of all four out here, and yet you get behind him and he wants to slowly, slightly curve his hock, especially on his right hock. But yet he offers a big fresh top. He's level out of his hip. He has a ton of product working down the lower portion of his ham. And then we have a barrel right here that's the one that maybe looks a little different than the rest out here. And again, heavy bone, really big and tall at the point of his shoulder. Here's the leanest of all four out here, and yet offers a ton of shape working down its top and through its hip. But as you start to study him down on the bottom half of his skeleton, here's one that still needs to have a notch more body and depth in comparison to the other three. I think definitely adequate to be out here in the top four. But where we start to study that in terms of skeletal, he's almost too straight on his back pastern, especially his far right, in comparison to some of the other ones out here. So we have one that's more up on his toes. We have one that's down on his toes. We have one that gets straighter through his shoulder. And we get one that wants to toe in ever so slightly back behind. But yet all four stout featured, stout bone, flexible enough and sound enough. So it gets really, really tough in terms of trying to put together a total and final placement. As you study these hogs, and the one that I think that offers the most and the fewest problems is the young lady right here. You're going to get first in a very tough class and a very challenging class to line up. Congratulations. And then as we go through and study, and we have more issues with soft pasterns than hogs that are up on their toes, I'm going to go ahead and let your muscle and leanness play the advantage in this class and finish second in a very, very tough class. Thirds with the ultra flexible, extremely sound rascal, that's heavy bone. And fourth comes with the one that we just got to give more angulation from its blade down to its knee. But really an outstanding class. Let's give all four of those kids a big round of applause. When the fifth place animal comes out, here's another one that's as wide and stout and sound as any in the drive. Extremely good in terms of his body and his top shape. He gets a lot smaller about his foot size and his feature in comparison to the four rascals we had out here, but really a big-bodied, wide guy. He needs to be longer hipped. He needs to stride longer from his hind leg and also be bigger footed. The rest of these hogs can all come out, again, a high-quality class from start to finish. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause.
We're looking for some volunteer holders in the broiler show. Any volunteers, please come to the front gate in the alleyway. We sure could use you. Any extra holders, we sure could use you into the show arena, please.
All right, now with results from class number 15 Hampshires. In 10th place from Plainview FFA, Kyle Mahagan. In 9th place from Marble Falls FFA, Jared Reed. In 8th from Bullard FFA, Thomas Brooks. In 7th from West Texas FFA, Danielle Heater. In 6th from Meadow FFA, Bryden Smith. In 5th place from Rotan FFA, Cole Van Poppel. In 4th from Waller FFA, Tyler Nelson. In 3rd from Jones County 4-H, Colby Stevenson. In 2nd from Dallam County 4-H, Madeline Besner. And your class champion out of Class 15 Hampshires from the Lubbock Cooper FFA, Haley Brewer.
Can you say, Haley, bring back the chip?
And your Certified Texas Bred Registry winner from Class 15, Miss Madeline Besner from Dalhart, Texas. Barrow bred by Kyle Stevens of Amarillo, Texas. Again, we'd like to thank our show sponsors today. For the swine show, we have Ram Rodeo, which is a sponsor of all shows here at the Star of Texas. We have HEB, we have Mueller Construction, and we have the Grass Patch. Also, we'd like to give a special thanks to our buckle sponsors for this year, with a champion buckle going to all of our breed winners. That includes Bishop Show Pigs, sponsors of our Champion Hamp and Champion Cross buckles. And also it includes Shirley Windsor, Flatiron Ranch Services, and Andrew Snyder of Texas Farm Bureau, who have sponsored the buckles for our Duroc, dark and light OPBs, and Cross and York, light OPBs and York division. So thank you to those folks as well as our sponsors.
Okay, we're really splitting hairs here. This is close, very, very close. You on the back line, you were almost there. One bird off, maybe two birds off. Congratulations for getting where you got to. I applaud you for that. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll release them at this time.
Make a hole, guys. I'll take them. You want them? You all can just go. Dale, you want me to put them against the back?
Huh?
Dale, you want me to put the rest against the back wall again?
All right, once again, folks ringside, if you would, let's recognize our young people leaving the arena at this time. Members of a great program. Today wasn't their day, but we look forward to seeing them back here next year at some point on down the line.
Getting real close. Board of directors is here, just let it go.
Another fourth place ribbon down here.
Finishing up about the same time as the that's from the back row made it.
Really?
He's gone through it.
I just got to pick 15 best ones in.
Mainly, we have another ribbon that was dropped in the loadout area. Nice.
Swine exhibitors, if you're missing a ribbon, it can be found in the loadout area. If you're missing a ribbon, it may be found in the loadout area.
Thank you.
They had some, maybe some of these things, they had some chickens in here years ago. I mean, they couldn't walk. You know, they're so fast. Walk that, and I guess.
They did away with it. You probably referring to that roaster show they used to
Yeah,
have?
yeah.
Roaster.
I guess that's what it was. I mean, these some big chickens so fast. They literally could not move. So this is broilers here.
These are broilers here. These are a lot younger birds and probably more practical to the industry.
Yeah.
Those old roasters, you know, they, like you say, they're big and fat, and if you tried to hold them upside down like they're doing, you know, they're croaking all the time.
Yeah.
There's lots of problems there.
Yeah.
How are you?
Got a bunch of chickens over here.
We do.
Bunch of birds.
Yeah.
Yard birds. I was just telling them that last time I was over here, they had these, when the chickens were so fat they couldn't walk. They couldn't even stand on their feet. No, they couldn't move. But he said that was probably the roast.
Before your time, I believe you were.
Before my time, yep. How's your day?
Pretty good.
Pretty
Kind of
good.
flying by all the crap, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Part of the deal.
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes away.
Sounds good. He's here.
Excellent. I'm here, Jason Lee.
Jason,
Yep, Bubba. Nice to meet you.
good to see you. Thank you.
Ready for the rodeo?
Yeah, I guess so. Who is it tonight?
Christian.
Chris Young. We got a whole boat full of them. We got all of those buddies.
Good.
And their husbands. Which are good. They're all friends of mine.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the one to be talking to about these entertainers.
Me too.
Chris Young could walk in there and hit me with a stick. I wouldn't have a clue who it was.
I wouldn't either.
I don't even know who's performing. I had to look it up last night.
Bailey, class 17, hang up, please.
This guy here is all the A&M judge. That's pretty smart.
Yep. Our committee, that's what we decided on. So we
Yeah.
decided we're gonna go maroon. We got to work with them. We're going maroon one day.
Right now,
Yes, sir. Going on too. I think they're fixing to wrap up at the same time we are, but they're just doing great champions today. They got some more showing to do tomorrow.
I got you.
Tomorrow they'll be looking for a rep out here, I imagine. We'll be around for a second. Mike, keeping up with it for a minute.
I can do that.
Brad told me I sure would hate to have something tinkle across that thing.
I think a really nice class of crossbreds to evaluate, and definitely these top 2 or 3 I think are extremely intriguing. The barrel that we're going to start with is one, if you were to draw or create a clay model of a pig, and you talk about perfectly being square from the top of the blade all the way through the knee to the ground, you talk about being square through the chest and maintaining that squareness all the way to the ground, this would be a picture to take and try to mold or create that picture. When the blades to their knee to the pasterns is laid in correctly, it allows that power of the muscle to pop off the top of their blade. And when they have a big cage or rib cage laid in, it gives the foundation for a great big top. The front 2/3 of this hog, to me, are extremely, extremely impressive. His toes all point forward. His angles read true. His width is extremely square all the way through. You know, the barrel in second might hold a slight advantage. He may carry more ham to the lower portion of his hock, but a barrel that I think is not as good in terms of the front end as our class winner. I think extremely, extremely impressive class winner. The barrel that lands in second, extremely fresh and big topped and has a huge square hip laid in him. A barrel as he comes and goes, I don't see him quite as square and true in his skeleton as the class winner, but that's being critical on a barrel that I also deem as an extremely good one. 2 extremely good individuals to go 1 and 2. The barrel coming out in third is one that I don't read as being quite as tall at the point of his shoulder. I don't read his width from his knee down quite as good as the 1 and 2. A barrel I need to clean up in his lower flank. But again, here's one with a big top and a big hip. He takes a long stride from behind. I think a really nice hog as well to finish third. The barrel out in fourth is one that just gets out-powered and out-horsed in terms of muscle and just total pounds and stoutness of feature. Another really good barrel that would be ultra-competitive in any class we've had today because he is tall-fronted and big top. We just don't have the bone and stoutness that we found in front of him. The barrel coming out in fifth is one you have to appreciate for his shape and his freshness. I read him being straighter from his blade through his knee. I didn't read him as being quite as stout featured as those placed in front of him. But again, this is a high quality type barrel to finish where he is. And that's the same story with the barrels coming out now. Extremely high quality class from top to bottom.
All right, that concludes Class 16 Hampshires, our next to last class in this breed division and next to last class on the day. Real quickly, results from Class 16 in 10th place from Klondike FFA, Riley Roberts. In 9th from Hartley FFA, Derek Wick. In 8th from Gillespie County 4-H, Maddie Listavica. Sorry, Maddie. In 7th, from Fredericksburg FFA, Wyatt Geistwhite. In 6th, from Coahoma FFA, Kelsey Allen. In 5th, from Washington County 4-H, Rodney Weiss. In 4th, from Sweetwater FFA, Blake Cumby. In 3rd, from Sealy FFA, Andrew Fleming. In 2nd, from Waller FFA, Madison Miller. And your class champion from the Haskell FFA, Lucy Carmichael. Your Texas bred winner from Class 16 Hampshires, Madison Miller of Waller FFA, pig bred by Jimmy Hayes of Port Lavaca. Being judged at this time is Class 17 Hampshires, our final class of the day. This class has 18 entries. At the conclusion of this class, we will go through our 8 first place winners and our 8 second place winners to select our breed and reserve breed champion Hampshires. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena one last time today. Let's give them a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation once again.
So, hey, you can talk, and then whenever you get ready to announce granted, we're going to have the fancy people come over here.
Okay, I'm going to have them hold up some birds and show some differences right quick. Okay. This is tough. This is very, very, very close. You probably could tell by the way I was working on it. Would y'all pick up your birds right across here? I want to make a few points. It's very close to that rectangle we're looking for. Wide, carries pretty well, not a lot of taper. Very similar birds. Come over here. Very good, very similar. Again, they're not quite as wide. Over here where we did some struggling here and there, we're just a little short on these two right here. And really short on this one here, fed to the max, and I mean muscled out beautifully. Just that's probably more genetics than anything, just a little bit short. Over here, again, we got not quite the dimension, and just a little short on this bird here. This very, very, very tight show. Let me get the superintendent here and see if y'all can back up into the line. Just want to make a few points. Okay, but if you haven't figured it out by now, it's my top pin, and it goes this way and around. Congratulations.
Presenting the grand champion banner here is Hap Fallbacker. He is the president-elect of the Austin Rodeo, and we sure appreciate him coming out and doing that. Reserve right there.
Where are we at on the reserve?
Who's the grand champion? Who's that?
Right here. This is reserve pin right here.
Madison Edschler has the grand champion pen of broilers. And where are you from? Hallettsville, Texas, right here. Congratulations.
You're
Reserve? Reserve. Who? Wesley Tullis, also from Hallettsville, is a reserve grand champion. We appreciate all the broiler exhibitors. If y'all just stay in place, we'll come through and we'll get all your placing numbers, and we'll inform you about the sale, and then we'll release you back to the trailer for the birds where they get reserved. All top 15, y'all need to stay around for pictures, please.
Hey, can we swap them to the middle so they can put them on the screen?
Who's third place? Who's third place? Third place? What's your name? From where? Foster. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Rocky Tillman from Foster FFA was the third place pen of birds. We want to thank Dr. Dale Hyatt for doing an excellent job on our broiler show today. We appreciate his time out of his busy schedule. Come over here. They're going to get a picture of you and get you on the screen over here. Dale, just step out in the middle of the arena. Once again, if you focus on the big screen up there, our judge, Dr. Dale Hyatt, did an excellent job again, and we sure appreciate him coming and spending the afternoon with us, actually all day with us. He's gone through all these birds at least twice, and we saw how he worked the top end. He made sure he got his top end exactly the way he wanted it. So we appreciate everything Dale did, and he's really great with the kids.